Так, приветствую. Сейчас настроим картинку. Угу, все работает. Так, еще раз приветствую. Сегодня мы начинаем новую серию летсплеев по игре Vampyr. Также они будут выложены в YouTube, но немножко в другом формате. То есть не по 40-45 минут, а именно в формате стрима. Так, начинать мы будем на сложном режиме. Ну, я долго очень откладывал эту игру, и очень интересно.
8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Резкое вступление.
Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
Тон лампы лучше. Так, секунду. Вообще-то происходят какие-то трупы. Не, ну очень здорово, что игры все равно начали делать с такой атмосферой. То есть, можно сказать, со старой выдержанной атмосферой. Но только не скример. Мы говорим. Жесть.
Mary! Oh, no! Mary! Hold on! Please, hold on! Oh, God. Oh, no. What? Mary? Mary? No. No. This horror. It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain! These patrols are after me.
Он нам попозже все объясняет.
No! No! Don't shoot! This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here. This can't be happening. There's one of those vermin. No, please, stop.
Ой-ой-ой.
I mean you no harm.
И весь город на уши стал.
What's going on? Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about? Shit, where'd it go? Tricky bastards. Now, I can defend myself. Where'd it go? Kill the thing! Who are you? Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice.
Так, ну лута здесь, наверное, нету никакого.
Who are you? Stupid beast! Sorry. Put yourselves. This one. No, please stop.
Как тяжело-то на мышке.
Who are you? Christ! What do you want?
Так, и ХП сразу слетают.
I mean you no harm. I need help. Die, you fucking leech! Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's sake? I'll do the rest of the job. Just leave me. The sun. It feels like it's burning me to the bone.
Наверное, нужно будет чувствительность мышки
I need to
оставить.
find somewhere to hide. Right now! Let me go! I need to find
Атаки
shelter.
тоже стамину настроить.
Is anybody there? What is this place? The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
То есть не особо понятно, то есть персонаж вроде бы только приехал в город, сразу вампир, сразу укусил кого-то.
I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
Ну, сейчас будем разбираться. Так, все, здесь уже начинается обследование всего и все. Так. Кровососы не боятся ни солнца, ни огня. Они не загораются, не превращаются в пепел. Но солнце очень сильно им вредит. Я лично приковал одного вампира к дереву, чтобы узнать, что с ним произойдет после восхода солнца. Через несколько минут его кожа почернела так, словно горела изнутри. Я отрубил ему голову, чтобы окончательно уничтожить. Когда применил огонь, проклятый кровосос так и не возродился из пепла. Огонь — это наше оружие, братья. Лучший способ уничтожить зверя — это сжечь его. Знай своих врагов. Карл Элдридж, лидер стражей Привена. Какие-то охотники на вампиров. Так.
The sun is high. I cannot leave now.
Еще интересного есть. Бутылка алкоголя. Какой-то полувампир. Либо это болезнь.
Wait, this one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve. That's impossible.
То есть это Джонатан, он уже заболел, и его сваливали. Так, что у нас здесь еще есть? Угу.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
Угу. Так, еще шиллинги. У них тоже карантин. Видимо, затянувшийся.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now! No. There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live. And now what? We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing.
— 1 minute. 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 1
No, it never got easy.
Уже никакой предсмертной записки, ничего нету. Так, инвентарь. У нас есть мачете и револьвер. Как их надо одеть, наверное, как-то. Так, уже одет. То есть ЛКМ, ПКМ. Ладно, думаю, нас обучат этим пользоваться. Дневник. Последнюю запись только прочитаем. В доме тихо, словно в склепе. Больше никакого шума. Бекки умерла. Прости, любимая, я не смог тебя спасти. Скоро мы будем вместе. Ну да, получается, какая-то эпидемия здесь была. А вот. Бекки только что напала на меня. Она прыгнула на меня с лестницы и попыталась укусить. То есть, видимо, эпидемия может с вампирами как-то связана. Больше ничего у нас интересного нету.
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it. Rational thinking only.
Забавно, что игрока заставляют нажать на курок.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Madness it is, as mad as the moon, who changes blinding sunlight into a glowing reflection.
Это как у Малковиан было в вампирах. Так, развивать навыки, то есть тратить опыт мы можем только во время сна. Так, ну вампирские навыки, я думаю, нам не стоит пока что качать. Мы вообще попробуем без них играть. Ну, заставляет его выкачать. То есть 10 крови и восстановление 3 секунды. И есть разделение. Так, ну это просто хил. То есть мы тут переводим кровь в хил. Так. Разблокировать наступательный навык. Это обязательно? Да, обязательно. Так, что у нас здесь есть? Ближние когти. И все стоит кровь. Так, это ловушка. Можно посмотреть, как она работает? Собирает вокруг своей жертвы тени, которые взрываются по окончании обратного отсчета. Нет, с минами точно нет. Так. И дальняя дистанция и мили. Как она дальше развивается? 3 копья и поразить ими всех врагов, то есть АУЕ. И в соло-таргет посильнее копье. По крови такая же стоимость везде и остается. Увеличивается только урон. Так, ну зачем нам когти, если мы будем использовать какое-либо оружие? Так, здесь у нас присутствует единица оглушения. Не знаю, как они работают еще. Так, а вот это интересно. То есть это восстановление крови когтями. А копье что у нас делает? Просто ДПСит. Так, ну давайте когти возьмем. Лайфличить они начнут еще не скоро. Так, урон 220 против 190. Возьмем тогда когти. Сейчас нас заставляют что-то выучить. Нажмите, чтобы отдохнуть. Ну вот, сверху у нас открыты все навыки. Наверное, все-таки лучше было копье взять. Еще один живой навык.
Voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am.
Так, задание. Снова ночь, я в Лондоне. Так, будем разбираться, что с нами случилось. Добраться до северного берега. Угу.
I must find him to
Маркер
understand
присутствует.
what I have become.
Нас выследили, что ли? Ой-ой-ой.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Хороший выбор.
Here's the leech. Here!
Быстро он учится.
My head's spinning.
Oi! Come out, you coward! Clever fucking beast.
Так, будем стараться все собирать, потому что, наверное, на высокой сложности все это и понадобится. Так. Старый кол. Так, не особо понимаю. Чтобы носить удар оружием, для левой руки нажимайте ПКМ. Понял, то есть у нас два оружия, то есть. И удар колом. Так, аж значит ТГ. Так, а револьвер? Револьвер тогда как использовать? Так, и как нам поменять оружие? Ладно, думаю, нам объяснят все.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End.
А,
Go back home.
нам нужно вернуться в Лондон, то есть мы не в Лондоне.
Die, vermin!
Угу. Вот так нужно кусать. Ну, значит, будем получать кровь таким образом.
A strength I never knew I had.
Это не баф, это именно удар. Угу. Только ничего нельзя забрать.
Steady, boys! Got one over here.
Так, лучше лочить, наверное. Так, стоп. Посмотрим. Да. У нас нет ни крови, ни хп, ничего, блин. Так. Дистанцию поменять немножко, а то я, когда нападаю на одного противника, у меня сразу же все перескакивает. Ну, начало есть у нас. Умереть в обучении — это все про меня. Так, и откуда мы начинаем? Вот что.
Over there! There's one of them Over there! There's one of them vermin!
Так. Очень-очень быстро цели меняются. Угу. И стамина нужно контролить. Да, конечно, к боевке есть привыкать и привыкать. Угу. Пока что броня нельзя, значит, кровь. Видимо, кол пробивает броню. Так, одного не могу понять, почему очень быстро свитч идет. Мне кажется, это может быть автоприцеливание, либо джойстик подключить. Так, ладно. Уберем автоприцеливание, посмотрим, что будет. Да, немножко увеличим чувствительность. Так, а на корабле-то ничего нету. Ну, видимо, здесь боевка вся сводится к тому, чтобы расходовать стамину одновременно на додже и на атаке. Конечно, в Souls игры не играл, особо непривычно. Думаю, освоимся быстро. Ты нужен королю и стране. Вступай в армию. На гид плакаты.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us.
Можно пить крыс.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Ну уж извини. Так, и тут проход есть. Так, воспользуемся дверью, которая закрыта.
The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
Да, но игра не особо располагает лутом. Или может это только из-за того, что это самое начало. Так. Вот нашли. Так, мы крысок пить мы не будем, хотя это лучше, чем пить людей, наверное. Мы не будем брезговать.
What will London have to say to me?
Так, еще шиллинги.
I've so many questions unanswered.
Так, еще немного шиллингов.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
Почти как ведьмачье чутье.
Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
Так, а что-то горит. А, это огонь. Так, что это? Пустая дверь. Ладно, пойдемте по квесту. Думаю, то нам дадут вдоволь
Where has
поисследовать.
everyone gone?
Эпидемия.
According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail.
У вас появилось новое убежище. А где оно? А, то есть у нас будут такие сейф-зоны. Пополнить все? Допустим. Может, у нас патроны теперь появились? Так, инвентарь. 0 из 0. Угу. Да, можно создавать лекарства для больных, сыворотки для себя и детали для улучшения оружия. Ну-ка посмотрим. Тут у нас ничего нету. А, вот, оружие для правой, для левой. Если мы используем мачете и кол, есть дальнобойное оружие, которое называется просто оружие, и двуручное. Так, а по идее это просто лут, которым можно разбирать. Может, алкоголь нужен в телях? Да нет, не нужен. Тогда все разберем. Так, улучшить. Давайте улучшим. На револьвер, наверное. Так, нужна часть обычного спускового механизма. А это перки, получается. Не можем. Так, рукоятки нужны, порошки. Мы ничего не можем улучшить. Окей. Так, на 500 опыта есть, надо его потратить. Так, ну давайте будем бороться со своей натурой, поэтому будем исключительно, точнее максимально избегать вампирских способностей, таких как укусы, Конечно, ульту какую-нибудь захочется взять. А что у нас здесь есть? Уровень 4 требуется. Оборонительная, наступательная. Так, вот я думаю, нужно стамины выкачивать. У меня с этим проблема. Она увеличится в 1,5 раза. Следующий уровень это также 300 опыта. Ну, 300. Запас крови. Нет. Окей. Так, куда нам дальше? А, на выход. Урона при падении нет. Так, а уже жители. Так, буквально 2 минуты отойду и продолжим. Так, продолжаем. Так вот мы добрались до выживших.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
Здесь вообще творится.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
Да, не очень
I'll leave you
вежливый.
to your bottle then.
Так. А кровь у нас... Переутомление. Что за информация? А, вот, здесь даже жители есть. То есть у нас есть Дайсон Дилейни, у которого переутомление, видимо, от алкоголя. Вот, и мы можем применить лекарство, чтобы облегчить ему его жизнь. Принято. Дальше будем узнавать.
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
Что вообще
going on
происходит?
around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog. What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
Угу. И что за
What have
эпидемия?
you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah, killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
Ничего не напоминает.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, a turquoise turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
А где
You
все?
don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
С нами не хотят просто общаться. Это, наверное, Том.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
Откуда даже берется до продовольствия?
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
Угу. Ну, квест надо даже отдельно
Looking for
отличить.
someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Так, а где мы вообще находимся по карте? Находимся в порту. Так, вот убежище. У нас было еще одно какое-то убежище. Так, ладно. Есть еще интересные личности здесь. А там ничего больше не скажешь?
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know.
Maybe you prefer...
Нет.
I'll leave then.
Так.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess.
Да, мрачное место. Находимся на второй этаж.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you?
I mean you no harm.
Saith the vampire. Present yourself.
I need a word. Anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you.
Куда делась женщина?
And who might you be?
Так, а что за подробнее? Доктор Эдгард Сонси. Что значит это? Здоровый гражданин? Какой-то значок. Качество крови. 6000 опыта. Так. Это порт. Неизвестный район. Неизвестный район. Неизвестный район. Он столб общества. Угу. Я забыл вопрос. Я не знаю.
I'm not sure that I know anymore.
Might I at least learn the reason of your presence?
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
You seem the expert. How would that be?
I have my secrets, as you have yours.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
Спасибо за подписку.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
Наверное, лучше хоть кому-то доверять.
A shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
Никакого совета там. Так, не против. Так, и как нам выследить убийцу? Так. Где журнал? Так, это коллекционные предметы. Основное задание. Расспросить местных. Окей.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
Ну, Лукаш по-любому расскажет, что зря мы алкоголь разобрали, наверное.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
You're still ugly as sin.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
I think you're hiding something from me.
I hide many things from many people, sir. That's what my job's about.
Необходима подсказка. То есть нам нужно что-то найти, чтобы он с нами дальше разговаривал. Давайте искать подсказку.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India. Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight. And I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please, tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Зараженный.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk, as usual. My God, his eyes. His face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well, Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Вы получили подсказку. В ней содержится личная информация о горожанине. Ага. Том и Уильям Бишоп некогда были близкими друзьями. А почему он его покрывает? Так, как нам вернуться? Так, секунду. А, ну вот и тут социальный слой указан еще. Нет связей. Зачем это знать? Так, неважно.
You again. What can I do for you?
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Who is he?
William. Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah, like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. He can barely stand up most of the time.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Ну да, тут же приличное заведение. Так. Что нам идти нужно? Так, выходим и по маркеру.
I will get to the bottom of this.
Требуются добровольцы на оружейный завод. Британцы действуют заодно. Жалование достойное. Давайте конвейеру, помогите солдатам на передовой.
What's been done to me, to this city?
Ты нужен армии, запишись сегодня. Приводит плакат какой-то. Записывайся в Королевский флот. Смотреть лодки. Так.
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood.
What's this? Some sort of note.
Приказы стражи Привина. 30 октября. Патрульным в доках. Множество погибших в районе доков. Мы полагаем, что там действует опасный кровосос. Найдите эту тварь, ликвидируйте ее, да побыстрее. Внимание, судя по недавнему сообщению, метод вампир очень агрессивен. Действуйте с предельной осторожностью. Я знаю, что в этой части города у нас не хватает людей, но не поручайте это дело новичкам. То есть, если я не ошибся, то тут действует бешеная тварь, которая убивает каждую ночь. Как всегда, сначала осмотрите заброшенные старые дома, подвалы, склады и канализацию. Уничтожьте кровососа, братья. И знак. Видимо, это стража Привина как раз.
These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters.
А орден Святого Павла это, по идее, что-то другое, наверное.
This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
У тебя нечего забрать? Ну ладно. Так, как нам беззвучно подкрасться? Ну, не получилось. Так, вот нам дали патроны. Это оружие наносит обычный урон и урон при оглушении.
Ammunition crate. Good.
Так, как его использовать-то? То есть на левой руке есть и кол, и револьвер.
May need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
Может, какая-то горячая клавиша должна быть? Игровой процесс. Привязка клавиш. Быстроить ПКМ. А вот ЗЦ. Так, отлично. Так, мы пришли отсюда. Закрыто. Наверное, можно было вообще не убивать. На него огнемет. Угу. В него стрелять бесполезно. Так, ближний и дальний бой. Кровь и тень. Кровь, наверное, вампирский, а тень... Ну ладно, разберемся. Так, как нам подкрасться-то к нему? Сейчас заодно посмотрим, получится отлучение привязки. Да, помогает. Броня это для стагера, видимо, нужна. То есть она восстанавливается. Так, картечь. Так, и тут, и тут.
Look lively! It's on to us! Christ! He's dead! Bloody leech!
Почему они лечом меня называют? Так, ХП регенится, это замечательно. Просто замечательно. Так. Это тактика. Стражи Привина. Бронежилеты, огнеметы, гранаты, белый фосфор, ультрафиолетовый свет. Стражам пора перейти в 20 век. Что там наверху? Как-то можно, наверное, подкрасться к нему. Главное, не падай. Ну, вряд ли у нас получится. Мне кажется, либо это был блок у него. Старая лупара, либо лупара. Что это такое? Дробовик. 160 урона. Очень даже неплохо. Как наводить-то? Слепой. Так. Где нам сюда? Так, еще один противник, которого мы упустили. Так, вот сейчас проверим стелс. Не работает. Так, нам нужно направо. Крысы и убежище. Может, мы сможем что-то уже скрафтить? крута, да. Нажмите D. Окей. Так, нам нужно мачете нам как-то грейдануть. Угу. Так, вот мы можем поднять его на 2-й уровень. А перк нельзя. Угу. То есть мы поднимаем левел, и можно перк будет использовать на оружие. Наверное, лучше расход выносливости. Сколько? Будет 13. Да, стамина важнее, я думаю. Так, как он мы не можем улучшить? Нет. Дробовик нет. И револьвер тоже нет. Ну и ладно. Так. Думаю, есть смысл дальше выносливость прокачивать. До 600. Так, здесь больше ничего нету. Оп.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Прости. Так, я не понял, а мобы рисуются, что ли? Ну да, вот мы этих же мобов и убили. Ну, допустим, это пришло новое ополчение просто. Я, конечно, не люблю, когда респ монстров есть. Все время.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
Что произошло-то вообще?
As one, we shall overcome this. We've done it before.
I had a drink outside tonight already and it did not quench my thirst. I must have more.
Oh dear God, not again, William.
Старая коса. А, вот двуручное оружие. Это уже интересно. Так. Так, в левую руку у нас 2 оружия. И здесь у нас пускай будет 2 оружия. Укол заменим на дробовик. У нас получается. Угу. Здесь ничего интересного больше нету.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
Ну, и не только несет. Лут потом пробежимся, посмотрим.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Ничего себе тут касса. Так вот, у нас есть парирование теперь. Посмотрим, как он работает. Да, нужна реакция, я понял. Тоже возьмем более быстрое оружие. И просто отрегенился от нас. А как перезарядить оружие? Вот. Дробовик не очень эффективен. Угу, он тоже блоки использует. Мне кажется, было бы круче, если стамина прям по центру экрана была. Так, еще новое оружие. Так, это и был Бишоп. Угу. То есть мы только что апгрейдили свои мачете, и нам уже дали новое одноручное оружие. И расход выносливости, кстати. Больше, поэтому, я думаю, не будем его использовать. Так посмотрим, как оно выглядит. Это просто дубинка. Так, как можно быстро его одеть? Так, сейчас погоди, друг. Есть вещи немножко поважнее этого спасения. Так, здесь больше ничего вроде нету.
William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by skull?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed this drink.
This man requires medical attention. You'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
Так, ну пойдем посмотрим. Вот Джон.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some...
Так. А что-то получили. И где же нам это искать-то? А, вот здесь. Проводный дневник. Образец крови Бишопа.
Subspecies of
Пригодится.
vampire. I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Пулевое ранение в спине. Не, ну очень круто сделали вступление.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this... affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
Так, у нас, видимо, начинается лягушатник. Доставьте мне больницу. Угу. Провести анализ крови нужно.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Mr. Hampton needs me right now.
Так, давайте сделаем перерыв на несколько минут. Так, скоро я вернусь. Так, продолжаем. Здесь появится картинка. Так, теперь нам нужно в сам госпиталь попасть. Ну, пойдемте. Беспредел на улице начался. Что это такое? Не думаю.
Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse.
Подробнее. Неизвестно ничего про него.
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Так, качество крови. Указывает на то, сколько единиц опыта вы получите, убив этого горожанина. Чем выше качество крови, тем больше опыта вы получите. Чтобы выпить кровь человека, сначала нужно загипнотизировать его и увести подальше от посторонних глаз. Если ваш уровень гипноза равен уровню сопротивления жертвы или превосходит его, вы можете получить контроль над ее разумом. Нажмите Q, чтобы загипнотизировать Клея. Так, мы же можем его не убивать?
Dance with him the dance of life and death.
Так, а если мы не хотим его пить? Вот, искушение кровью. Угу. Нажмите, чтобы объять Клея Кокса. Или отпустить его. Объяв его, вы получите много единиц опыта. Но помните, это приведет к определенным последствиям. Угу. И когда набираем подсказки, больше опыта из него получаем. Так, ну давайте мы его отпустим.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
Так, нам в больницу нужно отвезти. Как отдохнуть? И диалога с ним нельзя никакого. Ну ладно. Так, пружина, наверное, нам.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
То есть это, видимо, общается тот, кто обратил. Так, еще сундук. Так, как нам в госпиталь-то попасть? Еще один сундук. Угу. Так, а порт на юге находится. Госпиталь уже на улице. Так, момент. Сейчас я к вам вернусь. Вот. Мусорный бак, как к нему не покопаться? Отлично. Так, момент. Так, ладно, идем в госпиталь. А что это за метка? Маркер игрока. Как же мы их ставим?
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first. And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Так, отлично, вот и познакомились. Так, где карта была? Вот. То есть столб общества здесь Эдгар Сауэнси. Вот Клей Кокс. Она в неизвестном районе. Дороти Крейн. Есть еще какой-то район. Связи с эпидемией, инфлюенса. Эта больница больше не принимает пациентов. Пожалуйста, возвращайтесь домой. Мест нет. Это блестит. Еще тут интересного есть в лагере. Все в крови, все в крови. Еще доктор.
Good evening, sir. So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
Нужны подсказки для него.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
Так, гипноз. Медосмотр.
Do you need any medical assistance yourself, Doctor?
Come on, don't be ridiculous, dear colleague.
Так, вот был еще какой-то диалог.
This hospital is...
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It
just lacks hope.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Так, у нас какие-то подсказки. А, вот социальный слой, связали ее. Убежден, что Бранаган разбирается в медицине лучше, чем полагается медсестре. Угу.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
Угу. Так, но этих подсказок нам явно недостаточно. Личные вопросы все на подсказках у нас.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
Приятный человек. Так, ну, прям тут подсказок нету. Так, а там мы были за углом. Угу.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Угу. Давайте посмотрим.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Так, мне можно покупать запчасти. Ой, как все дорого-то. И дробовик Милтона. Я думаю, пока что не стоит тратить ресурсы. Что он еще может сказать?
Good evening, Milton. Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything. And it's getting worse every day.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
Ну, железно.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Угу. Это у нас новый сайд-квест получился.
Since you're on the front line,
How is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
Так, здесь нас больше нечего из него вытаскивать. А все личные вопросы через подсказки исключительно. Так, а что нам нужно, чтобы прогрейдить пушки-то? Часть обычного спускового механизма. Так, секунду. Так, двигаемся далее.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
You are going to reveal all your secrets to me, even the darkest thoughts in your heart.
My blood and soul. They belong to you now.
The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient slave.
Так.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Угу, там еще подсказку дали. Проводители скорой.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Так, а почему у нас здесь говорит, что что-то есть? Ну ладно. Так, вот все подсказки нужны.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Так. Подсказки. Угу. Теперь нам нужно с Милтоном будет поговорить. Пациентам нельзя поговорить.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Здесь что-то есть.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Давайте попробуем сразу с Милтоном снова поговорить. Так, а куда он делся? У нас есть одна подсказка.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to say...
Так, есть же подсказка. А, вот, а репутация, то есть разлочена.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Goodbye, Milton.
Так, а это та же самая сестра? А нет.
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Еще подсказка.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Why does Dr. Tippett's claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Так, и где Типпетс?
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
Так, видимо, сказал что-то лишнее. Так, прервемся на некоторое время. Так, продолжаем. Сейчас все вернется. Угу. Так, осталось поговорить с этой безумной.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
Ну, если так утверждаешь.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
Так, мы получили подсказку.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover to hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Это была, может быть, отсылка не только, но к Castlevania Symphony of Shadow.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Он дала сайд-квест.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
No, such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
Так, здесь у нас диалогов нету. Здесь есть, но нужны подсказки.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Так, как нам ХП восстановить полностью? Еще какие-то плакаты. Берегите свое и чужое здоровье. Чихая и кашляя, вы распространяете инфлюенцию. Болезнь распространяется с капельками, вылетающих из носа и горла. Не кашляйте в общественных местах. Их жизнь зависит от тебя. Требуются медсестры. Так. В этом крыле мы еще не все посмотрели.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The wet boot boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
Так, отличный вопрос, у него все открыты.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I could go back to the people who need me.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
Так, это крыло мы исследовали. Так, а это?
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Так, вот подсказок у нас вроде нету никаких. Угу.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Нет карты больницы. Так, это что? Торговка. Ну-ка.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Немножко грубо.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital, instead of a burden.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Угу. За подсказка. Угу. Не одобряет новомодные пути лечения. Современные, а не новомодные.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
Knowledge has always been and will remain our main weapon, and it has always come at a price. And personal initiative.
It is not a question of initiative, it is a question of integrity. These men and women have put their faith in us, Dr. Reed.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd.
Так, а подсказка нам ничего не дала. Видимо, потом понадобится.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Don't waste your time with me.
Тогда сколько же здесь? Так, это сестра Хокинс.
Still more coming. How can we be sure we're making a difference?
Так, друг, ты отошел, у меня там нужно в ящик залезть.
As for me, what a blundering idiot.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick.
All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Так, можно еще использовать же медосмотр.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable, and your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Давайте используем
Is
медосмотр.
there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
I'm all right. Considering the state of this place, I should consider myself lucky, I guess.
Is there anything else?
I'm all.
Так, он не хочет.
Goodbye for now.
I will not let you down, my boy.
То давайте вернемся. Так, я заблудился, походу. Так. Нам нужно в первое крыло. И может быть им нужен осмотр.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood. Soldier,
I'm fine. Just do.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Ему не нужен осмотр.
So many deaths. And what of my own life?
Fear and disgust on every street.
Может быть тебе.
Hello again, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Ham.
Даже диалога такого нету.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft.
I need blood.
Do you require my...
I have no need for your...
I'll leave you.
Так, ну давай нас научат потом пользоваться этой опцией. Так, возвращаемся. А, кстати, врачом мы сейчас поговорим как раз.
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him? Or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Угу. Нам дали еще одну подсказку.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Так, может, Хокинс нам что-нибудь подскажет?
What can I do for you, Doc?
Thank you, no.
Так, нет.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Ты не договариваешь.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
Угу. Знахары погибла во время войны. Так, Ackroyd и Стрикленд.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Так, осталась одна подсказка.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Так, два врача тут. Ладно, давайте посмотрим, что здесь.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially...
Так тебе подсказка.
welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Так, сестра. Так, здесь все в подсказках. Угу.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
Да, видимо, мы досмотрим, будем использовать, как у нас будут лекарства, чтобы лечить.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
How
so painful.
I'll let...
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I'm okay.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
I have to
Не
go,
будем больше мучить его.
but don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Так, тут диалогов не
Good
появилось.
evening, Doctor.
Tell me what do you mean?
She meant.
Goodbye, Miss.
I will not let
Так.
you down, my boy.
Здесь у нас никого больше нету. Это выход на улицу уже. Ну да, да.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
Так, это мы потом пойдем. Так, центр там, начнем сюда. И потом начнем разбираться с квестом про экспериментальное лечение. Ну, видимо, сейчас и начнем.
I'm quite busy right now.
Tell me, Waverley, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
Thank you for your...
Так, видимо, можно уже дать добро этому врачу.
I'm willing to give you the benefit of the
Думаю,
doubt.
стоит поговорить еще со вторым. Вот он.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Doc.
Goodbye.
Так, он бы еще подсказок собрать был.
What can I...
Thank you, no.
Так, пока что торопиться не будем. Нужна вот эта сестра.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Так, а здесь тоже еще одна подсказка нужна. Так, а кто брал взятки-то? Так, это пациента. Типа Хокинс. Все правильно.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening.
Почему нет? Не могу с ней об этом поговорить.
Goodbye, no.
Наверное, нужно по мейн-квесту чуть пройтись все-таки. Так, а это что у нас?
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Так, и вот этот кабинет. Очередной выход на улицу. Так, давайте этот этаж посмотрим. Закрыто. Ширм почти как сзади стоит у нас на фоне. Доктор Свонси. Окей. Как резко вся вежливость ушла. Старая пила. Это оружие? У меня тоже слишком большой расход выносливости. Томас Элвуд выздоравливает. Во время войны лицо пациента было серьезно обожжено и деформировано при взрыве бомбы. Даже получая самые сильные успокаивающие средства, он регулярно испытывает сильнейшую боль, словно, по его словам, огонь все еще горит под кожей. Осмотр рубцующихся тканей не показал следов воспаления, инфекции или отеков. Шрамы чистые. Может, этот случай неизлечимого повреждения нервов? Пациент постоянно винит себя в своих физических уродствах. Может, это случай чувства вины выжившего? Фантомная боль, как наказание за то, что он умер вместе со своими товарищами. Так, ну вот еще одна подсказка. Надо повнимательнее, госпиталь будет изведать. Вот здесь. Что-то типа ординаторской. Доктор Рейд. Не знал, что Рид пишется через... Таким образом. Закрыто. Так. Напомню, все кабинет, потом главное не забыть на самый верх заглянуть.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own.
At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Записка от доктора Свонси. Так. То, что подготовили нам кабинет. Так, что будет, если коллекционные предметы все собрать? Так, чтобы получить новые рецепты, нужно проанализировать найденные ингредиенты. Нажмите. Угу. А, ну это просто heal point. Ой, heal point, heal potion. Так, разбирать оружие здесь нельзя. Это мы пока что оставим, может это пригодится еще для какого-либо квеста. Нам нужны какие-то растения.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The flower's dying. It needs water.
Столько драмы он про этот цветок вплел.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Статья об иконах. Это редкая возможность, даже привилегия, сблизиться с вампирами и наблюдать за их физиологическими и психологическими особенностями с научной и рациональной точки зрения. Сверхъестественная скорость. Гипноз. Чутье на кровь. Ну, одно описание вампиров. Так, неужели здесь больше ничего нету? Раскину скиллпоинты. Так, сколько здесь требуется? Здесь требуется 600. Так, мы можем использовать щит. Это будет стоить. Как щит отработает, то есть он бесплатный, просто с КД. Тут еще из него кровь будет течь, это можно будет собирать. Либо увеличить длительность. А вот сам барьер. То есть он действует 5 секунд. 5 секунд, да, одно попадание, 2 попадания. 3. Здесь действие увеличивается. И уменьшается время восстановления. А здесь... Здесь, в принципе, время восстановления самое маленькое. Но он взрывается. И стоимость крови появляется. Да, барьер на самом деле неплохо. Главное, что он бесплатный. Да, давайте его выкачаем. Хотя... Теперь можем получить плюс 100 хитпоинтов. Я думал, что в длинных битвах это больше пригодится. Контакт на 5 секунд. Давайте просто проверим хотя бы.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Так, как нам теперь вынести? Это 4. То есть у нас когти, хилка. Отлично. Так, теперь отправляемся на верхний этаж. Это ты сама сюда пришла, что тебе некогда.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Так, может, открылся уже сундук?
It's
Нет.
locked, all right.
Это нужно посмотреть, что наверху. Лежит лестница, да, вот она. Ну и, конечно же, она закрыта. Кто здесь? Second floor. Окей. Так, мы прервемся буквально на несколько минут. Так, продолжаем. Сейчас вернется картинка. Так, что у нас тут получается? У нас появились какие-то подсказки какими-то НПЦ. Так, не с ним. Так, с Томасом Элвудом.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Так, вот.
How close are you to Miss Hallcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
Так, еще подсказка. То есть у нас все 3 подсказки. Нет, только 2. Так, она помогает ему поверить, что есть на что надеяться. Похож на упыря из Fallout New Vegas, например. Так, и ничего нет новых отсылок.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Да, серьезная депрессия.
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans. And it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Reconstructive surgery has been very successful for some soldiers.
I don't want to wear a bloody mask for the rest of my life. I'd rather stay here and just be forgotten.
Подсказка не сработала. Не понял. Ну ладно. Может, сильно на него надавили.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Не будем больше мучить его. Так, и как теперь посмотреть, какие квесты у нас активны? Так, научитесь жить среди смертных, войти в старый морг. Это мейн квест. А как нам понять, где сайт квеста? Какой-то маркер. Так, вот войти в старый морг. Нет. А, вот, расследование есть. Вот и есть сайт квеста. Пойти в сад за больницей. Добраться до аптеки. Выяснить, кто шпионит за Тельмой. Давай сначала сходим за медикаментами, а потом пойдем по сайд-квестам. Так. Угу. Маркер у нас правильно стоит. Так, здесь прохода не будет. Так, а что у нас здесь горит? Ой, ой-ой-ой. Так, как работает щит. Угу. Так, что за голова? Так, я немножко запутался. Выяснить, кто шпионит за Тельмой.
I cannot enter.
С той стороны будет. Ну, пойдем.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Фигня, прямо около госпиталя. Так, дробовик, наверное, нужно оставить. Патронов мало. Образец разбавленной чистой крови. Ну-ка, для чего это у нас? Угу. Это для алхимии. Так, и зачем мы наверх поднялись? Так, ладно. Так, найти в саду потерянный бумажник. Может, мы еще по пути такое сделаем? Что же умерла? Так. Так, он следят за ней, это где-то рядышком должно быть. Но по идее, отсюда и можно следить. Так, нам еще какие-то цветочки нужно собирать для зелий. Так, а что это за ход направо? Одним глазком сюда заскочу. Кажется, нам сюда не нужно. У них сопротивление. Так, слишком много стамины потратил. Ой. Угу. Что, ты выделись? Не, револьвер слишком дорого использовать. Всем лучше кол. Ну все равно же кровь не нужна. Так. Здесь мы их встретили. Здесь нужно найти бумажник. Нет ли он? Угу. На обороте несколько слов. Милтон и Пипа. Навсегда. Так, а Пипа не Хокинс, либо как она там?
So, Mr. Hooks and Nurse Hawkins are an item.
Идет как подсказка нам. Видимо, когда мы с ним поговорим, это станет подсказкой. Хорошо, что здесь нету quick сейва. Нужно постоянно нажать. Так, идем в морг. А это куда ведет? Одним глазком. Карантин. На территорию не заходить. А что это? Ну, конечно, нужно такой эмбиент подобрать, чтобы он пугал, скрипел. Нельзя же в морг спокойно пройти, чтобы здесь было тихо. Вот этого тумана не было. Так, что это за дверь? Блин, ну это наружу дверь была. А, это быстрый выход в больницу. Удобно.
It's locked, all right.
Немножко шиллингов. Так. Хотя бы они не прыгают на нас, он потолка. Оп. Так, стамину всю потратили, это плохо. Да, как забивается блок, можно пить кровь, соответственно.
Similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza.
Портсигар. Так, отсюда мы пришли.
This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Вот зачем ты меч достал, а? Получить еще, что ли? Не, ну стамин нужно побольше будет. Мне кажется, намного проще играть. Очки опыта дается за убийство? Пропустил вообще этот момент. Так, комната.
Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
Угу. Пустой этаж. Так, на тебя в подвал только остается. О, боже ты мой. Ну, где он? Блин, не хочу его оставлять, потому что из-за спины где-то прыгнул. Ну да, значит, где-то прыгнет на нас сейчас. Так, ладно, спускаемся в подвал. Так, ну они вроде спокойные.
These scowls feed from corpses and the husks of animals.
Их скали называют. Вот. нас тупик. Так, ну... Всю стамину потратили, да? Надо было сначала кровь потратить. Так, а что валяется? Погрелся? А, нет. Так. Идем сначала сюда. Нет, лучше... Ну, зачистить, чтобы он опять в спину какой-нибудь не прыгнул, гад. Так, теперь возвращаемся туда. Доступно новое расследование. Угу. Так, это отчет доктора Типпетса. Выяснить причину смерти. Так. Самуэль Коннор, 39 лет. Мужчина. Рыбак. Смерть естественная. Вероятная причина смерти. Быстро прогрессирующая пневмония. Как актуально. С вирусным уплотнением легкого. Испанский грипп. Присутствующий на вскрытии доктор Каркаран Типпетс, медсестра Гвинет Браннаган. Угу. Имя и подпись патолога-анатома доктор Типпетс.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? The chest was originally open to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked. It's locked.
Да как сундуки-то эти открывать?
It's locked, all right.
Я же забыл про него. Старый абортационный нож. Так, а можно вообще даже и кровь не пить, получается. Это станет. Давайте попробуем с ним побегать, как это будет вообще. Ну да, даже круче будет, если стамину не будем тратить на кол. И таким образом будем восстанавливать себе кровь, чтобы лечиться ей. Так, откуда я пришел-то? Так, это вроде самое начало. Заблудился. Так. Там пошли. А, ну все, понятно. Блин, а вот это криповая. Гад. Хороший совет. Так, нужно срочно вырабатывать под стратегию уже. Зря я атаковал. Угу. Так, не пуши меня. Так, все плохо. Надеюсь, не нужно будет проходить весь госпиталь заново. Прямо отсюда сейф, отлично. Так, надо лучше более быстрое оружие взять. Так, и огнестрельное нужно взять, ДПС не хватает. А, так стой. Откатила. Можно обратно вернуть наше второстепенное оружие. Прилично тут откатило, кстати. Давай еще ты меня загрузи. Нет, возвращаем кол, он важнее. Так, а можно проверить же, если в расследовании осталось, допросить Гвинет, да, да. Нам просто приходится все чистить заново, всех трэш-мобов. Ну, оказывается, есть возможность набрать крови. Так, нельзя как-нибудь поближе сохраниться? Так, не больше 2 атак нужно делать. Раз, 2, хватит. Первый мини-босс уже дает.
I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Да, я чертовски тебя понимаю.
Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Но вот где заключается сложность в этой игре. Если бить простых горожан, то становишься, конечно же, сильнее, потому что у тебя намного бусты прям опыта. Либо играть честного доктора Рида. Тех лечить, никого не пить. Телепорт. Странно, этот монстр даже он сразу мог на нас напасть, но он почему-то сразу не напал, он убежал. Может, он все-таки разумный был. Так, что у нас? Так, у вас достаточно ингредиентов для создания средства. Ну-ка, исследуем. Угу. То есть мы нашли где-то хинин. Сделаем. Он теперь вылечится-то вообще. Все, здесь нам больше делать нечего. Интересно, наверху упыри уже резнулись. Да. И не хватало только еще от них сейчас умереть, но чтобы все заново проходить. Так. Нет, ну давайте без босса. Если вы хотите быстро набрать силу, пейте кровь жителей Лондона. Так, ну... нам нужно наверх подниматься. Так, может быть, лучше вообще двуручное оружие использовать. Это... Так, можно посмотреть на клавишу блок. Мне кажется, он очень поможет. Так, додж. Какая же была клавиша? Стойте же вы. Не слишком медленное оружие. Все, стамину потратил. Что-то еще валяется. Так, а где выход-то? Вот он. Так, что там мелькнуло? Объявление. Это мы уже читали. Это больница же. Так. Какой-то маркер дурацкий вам поставили. типа с тобой сейчас еще поговорим. А, вот он.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor.
Да, все, сейчас спасаю людей. Держи
I
кошелек.
have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
I'd like to...
Wise choice, Doctor.
Так, дробовик, патроны. Интересно, это восстановится у него потом? Ой, как все дорого-то. То есть обычно рукоять тоже возьму. И крошечную часть. Да, нужно усиляться, конечно. Так, где это Хоггинс? Либо Хопкинс. Такая это кто?
It's locked, all right. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
Угу. 3000 опыта. Так, а почему это отдельно-то?
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
A funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Чем ты торгуешь?
Of course. It's just trinkets and cute.
Да, зря мы потратились. Так, нужно копить 70 голда. Так, ну я думал, лучше особо ничего не продавать, а все разбивать. Так, мы с Хокинс хотели поговорить. Где же она? Беатрис, Дороти. Вот она, Пипа.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes, Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins, but are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke, but we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Goodbye now.
Так, но как же нам ее на чистую воду вывести, то что она деньги брала с пациентки? Так, наша дальше завязка квеста будет. Так, сейчас мы пару минут отлучимся и продолжим. Так, продолжаем. Сейчас картинка вернется. Так.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
Так, пойдемте вылечим.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Да, странный перевод. Он говорит, I'm окей, а переводится как неплохо. Ой, как плохо. Так, чтобы проверить состояние пациента, нажмите Е. Так, у нас снова диалоги не открылись с ним.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
Why?
My mother.
Так, там промахнулись. Блин, опять. Так, ничего нового.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Так, тоже ничего нового.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Так, пойдемте теперь узнаем про случай в морге. Нужен типец, либо как он там. Жжение крови. Не забывайте, кровь горожан дает много единиц опыта. Я думаю, мы будем бороться с этим. Так, вот с ними нужно пообщаться.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Вот.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
Так, а что нам про нее стало известно?
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tippett.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you...
Patients are not fools. They know we are overwhelmed by this.
У нас с расследованием теперь. Так, это выполнено.
Horrifying epidemic.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Ну да, думаю, он сейчас нужнее.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tibbets, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
What will you do after your resignation? Do you have a plan?
I always fancied visiting Cyprus. Such a beautiful island. I could buy a house there by the sea, read poetry, and wait for death.
Неплохо.
Goodbye, Dr. T.
Так, а что у нас? У него новое что-то появилось, где доктор Тибетс. Еще какая-то подсказка. Так.
I wonder what your last thoughts would be, sir.
Don't worry, sir. We're going to take care of you.
Доктор Суонси. А где ординаторская, может? Так, что за глазик у нас? Может, это проследить нужно? Нет, что еще такое?
It's locked.
Блин, ну что-то у нас прям туда ведет. Так, это прям, видимо, кто-то за ней следил, и там это прям показывалось нам. Так, а с какой стороны это вообще было? Так. Пополнить все. А, так это наш кабинет. Да. Потом сюда вернемся. Нет, прям из больницы как выходишь, и там был еще один подъем. Так идти к моргу, видимо. Так, это что? Да, и сразу налево. Либо направо. Этот моб, кстати, не резнулся. Ничего не понимаю. Ой. Так, ладно, с этим квестом позже разберемся. Так, что у нас про расследование это выполнено. Добраться до аптеки. Угу. Она пока что рано. Так, поговорим с доктором Слонси.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
I'm a dead man. I was murdered. Now I'm a murderer. Tell me how this is a gift.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
There is no need to apologize, Edgar. You offered me sanctuary when I had none.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Что у нас тут интересного есть? Редкие виды вампиров. Это разговорное обозначение существа, которое мы называли Экон. Экон, Экали. Угу. С предупреждением. Доктор Суонси считает своим долгом сообщить о своих опасениях относительно случая с доктором Торо, Стрикландом и Харой Фидиком. Мистера Фидика госпитализировали с тяжелой производственной травмой. Если не произвести правильный курс лечения, он может лишиться руки. Доктор Стрикленд утверждает, что хирургическое вмешательство может полностью исцелить Фидика. Я заявляю, что рука может навсегда лишиться многих функций, если возникнут осложнения. Наш юный коллега – смелый и одаренный хирург, и через несколько лет он, возможно, станет превосходным специалистом, но сейчас он не обладает необходимыми навыками для проведения такой рискованной операции. Должен ли я напомнить вам об ошибках, которые он совершил в прошлом? Поскольку доктор Стрикланд отказывается меня слушать, я настоятельно рекомендую вам запретить ему проводить столь опасный эксперимент. Это Экроид написал. Так, и у нас к Стрикланду подсказка добавилась. Угу. Есть еще что-то интересное здесь?
Do you need?
I have.
Then ask away.
О, давайте послушаем.
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England as impartial scientific observers.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires, what could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know. Forget the myths, the hackneyed scrawlings in the Penny Dreadfuls. They do not scratch the surface of the truth you now find yourself in.
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged, but it will not destroy you.
Must I
take a life to live.
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory, William Bishop, I believe, was he a vampire?
He was a Skald, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
How do Skalds come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skald?
A Skald is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
Where do we stand today?
Oh, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
We'll see each other again soon.
Так, теперь нужно использовать наши очки опыта. Подкопилось уже.
I cannot enter.
Так, у нас есть 1500. Так, стоимости тоже нету. Так, кровь нам вообще не хочется никак тратить. Так, а хилка нам может пригодиться. Та же самая стоимость. 50 больше исцеления. Тут реген еще, получается, добавляется. А здесь... Так, не очень понимаю. А, там же не инстантом регенится. Угу. Тогда, я думаю, на один уровень нам стоит. Это 1300. Ради 50 хила это слишком много. Так, а щит что у нас делает? На 2 атаки. 1300 тоже. Тоже дорого очень. Так, вот стамину нам подкачать. 600 и 600. Можно стамину на 30% поднять. Давайте стамину. Раз. Необходим уровень 6. Тогда здоровье прокачаем. Прямо уровень 6. Так. Стамина, стамина, еще раз стамина. Так, это уровень 8. Так, можем еще 50 очков здоровья. Так, как клыки. Ой, эти когти. Необходим уровень 8. Ник этот использовать не хочется вообще. Просто увеличение запаса крови. Больше крови добывать. Но сыворотки мы вообще не используем. Давайте лучше просто хп пока что увеличим. Угу, то есть просто так раститься нельзя. Карта стабильная. Здесь тяжело. Так, пополнили боезапас? Угу. Так, что за чемоданчик? Идем наше жалование. Так, а где крафт-станок? Вором. Так, что можем создать? Можем создать еще одно средство. Так, револьвер нельзя прокачать. Дробовик тоже. Осиновый кол можно. Мне будет лучше стан. А здесь будет лучше поглощение крови. На самом деле не очень интересное оружие. Так, молокосот, откровенно не хочется тратить реагента. Так. Давайте перерабатывать все. Моментально восстанавливает 60 единиц крови. Давайте сыворотку сделаем. 2. Так, выход Кейна у нас. Так, нам нужно, наверное, сделать еще одно лекарство от переутомления, которое мы уже не можем сделать. Так, пойдем сюда, пообщаемся с леди Эшбери.
flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a vamp... The lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Pardon my boldness, Your Ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
Is it true?
Now aren't you the blunt one?
Excuse my impertinence, your ladyship. This is not an interrogation. I assure you that this line of questioning is in your best interest.
In all honesty, I'm not simply a patron to the hospital. My visits serve a dual purpose. Dr. Swansea has been treating my condition with a revolutionary technique of blood transfusion. It seems you are a specialist in the domain.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
Так, у нас новый квест появился. Так, из маленьких расследований осталось добраться до аптеки и разобраться, кто следит за ней. Так, ну на этом, я думаю, мы сегодня заканчиваем. Трансляцию будет на ютубе. Так, посмотрим, как делать рейд в Твиче. Так, куда избралась?